Welcome to New York, technically the southern tip of Manhattan. We're on the other side of New York and in the Bronx, where it's Game 3 of a 4-game series between the Red Sox and the New York Yankees. Welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, as always, joined by Jerry Remy. Welcome to Red Sox baseball. Well, last night, the Red Sox secured their 5th win in a row for the first time this year. Great win last night for the Red Sox and a good night for Blake Swihart.
Oh, great night for Swihart last night. 2 home runs in the ball game and one off Pineda early in the ball game that was down in the zone. A breaking ball, as you can see right there, kind of a flat slider that he took out of the ballpark. And then later on in the game, he hit one, a high fastball right up there on the letters and booked it out of Yankee Stadium for the home run. He had 5 RBIs in the night, so a big night for Swihart offensively for the Boston Red Sox last night. And when you look at Swihart's multi-home run game last night, that's the youngest Boston catcher to do so since Mike Ryan did it back in 1965. The Red Sox have won 5 straight. That's the longest of the season. And they're now only 3 games under 500. That'd be a great goal to accomplish for them, the way they've played here over the last couple of weeks. So they'll be shooting for another win tonight against the New York Yankees. It's going to be a tough one, though, against Tanaka. Yeah,
they'll try to keep it rolling after a good pitching performance last night from Rick Porcello. It's Wade Miley on the mound tonight. He's 11-11 coming into this game, and Tanaka 12-7. First pitch coming your way next from New York. Audi. Experience a new Audi E3 today. Dunkin' Donuts. America runs on Dunkin'. Toyota's website for deals via Toyota.com. The Walk in theaters October 9th. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at Southwest.com. Welcome back to New York. Red Sox and Yankees getting ready for Game 3 of the 4-game series. But first, let's send it down to field level at Garrett Austin.
Thanks, Don. The Yankees are 1 win away from reaching 10,000 regular season wins in franchise history, which dates back to 1903. Interim manager Torey Lovullo talked about playing spoiler these past 2 nights and preventing the Yankees from reaching that milestone.
It's a great history and it's a lot of wins. and as an organization, it's something they should be very proud of. And yes, we are aware of that milestone that they're about to reach, and it's going to happen at some point. We just hope that it doesn't happen while we're here. And as we talked about before coming into town, we wanted to play good baseball. We wanted to play our brand of baseball and make it as hard as we possibly could for the New York Yankees, as we were doing over the past month and a half against all of our opponents.
Yeah, back at Yankee Stadium, where the Red Sox and the Yankees play Game 3 of this 4-game series, as the rain has gotten out of here for now. Anyway, rained a lot of the day here in New York, but right now precipitation free as the Yankees have taken the field tonight. Let's check out the Red Sox starting lineup. It is brought to you by your Eastern Hyundai dealers. That is leading off for the Red Sox in center field, Mookie Betts with Dustin Pedroia at second base. Xander Bogaerts at shortstop bats third. David Ortiz, the DH, in the cleanup spot with Travis Shaw batting fifth. Brock Holt in right field. Blake Swihart had a big night last night, does the catching again tonight. Devin Marrero at third base bats eighth, and Jackie Bradley Jr. rounds out the starting nine in left field for the first 3 games of this series. The Yankees starting pitcher presented by New England Nissan dealers. Masahiro Tanaka makes appearance number 24 of the year. 12-7 coming into this game tonight. 3.38 ERA, 136 strikeouts and 149 innings, and opponents hitting at 220 against Tanaka. Lost against the Mets last time out, 6 innings, giving up 2 runs, pitching fairly well and striking out 4 along the way.
The Yankees defense is brought to you by DraftKings. They are 10th in the league with 91 errors on the season. Chase Headley will be at third base. Didi Gregorius at shortstop. Rob Repstein the second baseman, and Greg Bird at first. Left to right, Chris Young and Jacoby Ellsbury, Carlos Beltran, and Brian McCann doing the catching for Tanaka.
Umpiring crew tonight, it is Tim Wilkie behind the plate. He is the crew chief with Todd Tichenor at first base, Tim Timmons at second base, and Mike Everett is the umpire at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas noches, amigos.
Well, conditions tonight, 67 degrees. The breeze out to right at 12 miles per hour. Kind of a swirling wind right now. As the forecast cloudy for the remainder of the evening. That's the good news. As the rain came through here for a lot of the day, but no problem here tonight so far. And the Red Sox trying to make it 6 in a row as they come in having won their last 5 straight.
Yesterday, Tanaka out working and throwing a little bit. The hamstring was a problem for him. He hasn't pitched since the 18th of the month due to that hamstring. So going through the motions a little bit here yesterday and cleared to pitch in the ball game tonight. Covering first base, doing some drills that he would have to do in under game conditions.
He's ready to work here to Mookie Betts to get things started. And the first pitch from Tanaka is in there for strike one, and we're underway. Mookie hitting at 293, 16 home runs, 73 runs batted in. Outfield straight away on Betts. That's Pedroia and Bogaerts here in the top half of the first inning. And a liner down the left field line, foul into the seats.
Now Tanaka this season against the Red Sox 3-0 with a 5.19 ERA, as you can see. In his career, 4-2 against the Red Sox.
He has gone at least 6 innings in 14 straight starts, dating back to July the 3rd, as he misses away here to Betts. So regularly going deep into games.
That changeup, you see the 27%. That's a pretty good split-fingered fastball right there.
That's a foul it back to the screen, and it hangs at 2-2.
So far, we've seen the fastball and the slider from Tanaka. Not a splitter yet.
He's had 1 complete game on the year, going all 9 at Toronto against the Blue Jays, giving up 1 run in that outing back on August the 15th. 2-2 pitch. And that's going to drop a little bit low, full count.
That's the splitter right there. Good job by Mookie Betts to stay off it. It was not in the strike zone. Finished down near the dirt.
Betts reaches out and fouls it off to the right, out of play. And making Tanaka work here, and the next pitch will be the 8th of this at bat for Mookie Betts.
That's his 3 for 6 in his career against Tanaka, and overall 4 for his last 9.
A couple of hits here last night, going 2 for 4 in the ball game. And that's in there for strike 3, right at the bottom of the zone, as Betts strikes out to get it started.
That's a fastball right at the bottom of the strike zone, about knee high. Perfect pitch by Tanaka. His strikeout high on the season is 10. He did that a couple of starts ago against the Baltimore Orioles.
1 down in the first inning brings up Dustin Pedroia, hitting at .296, 12 home runs, 42 runs batted in. Popped up, foul, back and out of play. Pedroia with a couple of hits last night and a walk, going 2 for 4. He is 2 for 8 so far in this series against the Yankees. Four for 10 in his career against Tanaka. That struck out. Pedroia now with the count of 1-1. Pedroia reaches out, pops one up into short right field. Refsnyder going out, and he'll make the catch. Beltran could have made the play as well, but out there to make the catch is Refsnyder for the second out. Well, it's time for tonight's Twisted but True Fact. According to Elias, the Red Sox had not scored as many as 6 runs in the first inning against the Yankees since September 26th of 1989 in Boston. It was only the second time they did it in the opening frame of a road game against this franchise. The other being on May 4th, 1905, when the Sox scored 6 runs in the first and defeated the Highlanders at Hilltop Park. Twisted tea is the hard iced tea. It tastes like real iced tea. Be a little twisted. There is Xander Bogaerts batting with 2 down here in the first inning.
That's interesting. Early in the ball game, if I was like at the top of the batting order, and I certainly wouldn't do it if Bogaerts is up now with 2 outs, but I'd try to bunt on Tanaka. See how his leg is.
Swinging a foul tip, 0-2. Now Xander with 193 hits. Tied with Jose Altuve, second baseman for the Astros. Oh, for ball 1, 1-2.
Try to get Bogaerts to chase that split-fingered fastball. It's pretty hard, 87 miles an hour that time on the splitter. And right at the last minute, that's when the bottom falls out of it. I guess it's not exactly a minute. I should say the last second.
Bogaerts lays off, and it evens at 2-2. Well, the The Red Sox, for the first time this year, winning 5 straight games. They'd gotten to 4 a couple of times, but 5 straight heading into this game 3 of the series against New York. 2-2 pitch. And that's outside and away. Full count. Red Sox 77 and 80 heading into tonight's game. 3 games under 500, and that would be somewhat of a goal, Jerry, I'd say right now for the Red Sox. Something to get over that 500 mark. Something that they can kind of shoot for. As Bogart sends it out to center field, and that's going to get in for a base hit in front of Jacoby Ellsbury. A 2-out single for Xander Bogaerts.
Yeah, I agree with you, Don. You know, it doesn't sound like much, and because the Red Sox have been down all season long. But the fact is that, you know, they played well over the last month and a half, and they haven't quit, which is very important, you know, to the fan base and to those who surround the organization. They've come out and they've played hard in every game, and that would be a nice accomplishment, is after being buried for the whole season to get back to 500 for them and give them somewhat of a decent feeling going into the offseason. And, you know, they should have that type of feeling right now the way they're playing.
And there's Big Papi with 2 down, and Bogaerts at first base. David takes ball 1.
There's nothing worse to a team that's out of the pennant race, and the Red Sox have been out for a long time, and just pack it in. You know, and you can't say that about this edition.
Well, a lot of guys playing certainly for their futures next year and auditioning for the new president of baseball operations for their futures here with the Red Sox. The 1-0 pitch. And that's going to be a little bit low. 2-0. Bogaerts gains his lead, held on by Greg Bird at first base. David will take the strike, and it's 2-1. David 3 for 14 with a home run, a couple of doubles in his career against Tanaka. 47 regular season home runs for David Ortiz against the Yankees. Three and 1 the count.
Really breezy tonight here at Yankee Stadium. That wind blowing from left to right. As windy as we've had it in the 3 games so far in this series.
Outside, ball 4, and all of a sudden now the Red Sox have 2 on with 2 outs. The Red Sox season ticket plans are now available for the 2016 season. For information about becoming a Red Sox season ticket holder, call 617-226-6888 or visit redsox.com/season tickets today. Now 2 down and 2 on, thanks to a base hit to center by Xander Bogaerts and a walk by David Ortiz. There is Travis Shaw. 273, 12 homers, and 33 runs batted in for Shaw. Not shifting this time, but deep at second base, Rob Refsnyder. 2 strides on the outfield grass in short right field. Now Travis Shaw with a 2-run home run in the 6th inning of Monday's win. He's now started 29 of the last 30 Red Sox games, having a chance to play every day at first base really since the trade of Mike Napoli. Inside, and it's 2-0. And this will now bring McCann out to talk to Tanaka.
Now, it looks like a little rust on Tanaka. We mentioned the last time he worked was back on the 18th. So it's been a while for him with that hamstring issue, and not real sharp here in the 1st inning.
He's falling behind here 2-0. Next pitch will be the 25th of this 1st inning. Now they're shifting as they move Gregorius just to the right of second base. Shaw fouls it back, and it's 2-1.
Little tail on that fastball that time, moving away from Travis Shaw. It started off over the middle of the plate and then moved to the outside part of the plate. You see all that movement right at the end on that two-seam fastball.
Shaw was held hitless here last night, going 0 for 5, but he did have an RBI. Fights it off foul. The count evens at 2-2 as Tanaka battles back. Not what you're used to. Red Sox Yankees here from Yankee Stadium.
You know something that's very surprising. You know, we've mentioned it in this series. When you look at the standings right now, the Yankees and the Angels are tied for the wild card spot with Houston a half game back and Minnesota a game and a half back.
2-2 pitch. And that is low, full count now, so the runners can get a start. Bogarts at second, Ortiz at first. Rockhold waiting on deck. They will be off here on the 3-2 pitch. Shaw to right field and deep. Back goes Beltran, and that is very gone to right field. A 3-run home run for Travis Shaw. Fast start for the Red Sox on top 3-0. What a blast to right that was for Travis Shaw.
I tell you, you give this guy a full season, who knows? Sky's the limit on the number of home runs he can hit. 13 since being inserted into the Red Sox lineup, and a big 2-out, 3-run home run on the fastball again from Tanaka. We mentioned it, Don. He didn't look real sharp. It's a little bit like Pineda last night in the first inning, and the Red Sox jump on him.
So 3-0. Red Sox on top now. Brock Holt will take strike one. Well, in honor of David Ortiz's 500 home runs, Alltown will double their $500 donation to the Cystic Fibrosis Multiple Sclerosis Fund. Alltown is New England's premier healthier convenience retailer. Outside to Holt, and it's a ball and a strike. 282 with 2 homers and 45 runs batted in. Holt getting the start in right field again. Shoots it foul down the left field line, out of play. Rusney Castillo still nursing the upper oblique injury, and that has bothered him. And with another start in right field, Jackie Bradley's been in left daily, and Mookie Betts back to his spot in center field in this series here against the Yankees. And boy, Jackie's made some great catches out there in left field in this series.
Yeah, he really has put on a clinic in the 2 games that's been played so far.
That is now 32 pitches in this inning for Tanaka. Holt on the ground down the first baseline. A fair ball hit off the bag, and it's picked up by a fan. So they will grant second base here to Brock Holt. Interfered with there by a fan. A fair ball. I think that got a piece of the bag.
Yeah, it did look like it got the top of the bag and just squirted right down that right field line. We'll take another look on the contact here by Holt. Right down the first base line and off the bag. Fan interference right there, but they felt like Holt would have ended up at second base anyway, so they're going to give him second base. And now they're checking on Tanaka as they're out there talking to him early in this ball game. There's the fan reaching over. That's fan interference. So in the judgment of the umpires, they put the base runner where they think he would have ended up, and that's second base, and that's where Brock Holt is.
Well, Blake Swihart, who had a huge night last night, standing in for the first time tonight, batting out of the 7th spot in the Red Sox order. 2 for 4 in last night's game with 2 home runs, 5 RBIs. And he takes strike 1. Career high in RBIs here last night for Swihart with 5. He is 31 now in the year. To go along with the 5 home runs and the .272 batting average. Tad low, and it's a ball and a strike.
That's certainly a pitch that could have gone his way, but he has not been consistently around the strike zone here in the first inning.
On the ground right side, Refsnyder to his left. He'll toss to first to end the inning. But the Red Sox, they scored 3 times on a 3-run home run by Sean, lead it 3-0. To nothing. Yankees coming up here in the bottom of the first inning. Check out the Yankees lineup brought to you by New England Chevy Dealers. As Jacoby Ellsbury at center field, Chase Headley at third base with Alex Rodriguez, the DH. Carlos Beltran in right with Brian McCann doing the catching. Chris Young in left. Greg Bird at first. Rob Refsnyder at second base and Didi Gregorius at shortstop. Wade Miley dealing here with Jacoby Ellsbury, the center fielder leading it off for New York. As the Red Sox starting pitcher, presented by your local New England Audi dealers. For Miley, his 32nd start of the year, 11-11 with a 4.39 earned run average. Opponent's hitting at .261 against Miley.
Never had a win against the Yankees. See the last game that he lost against Tampa Bay, giving up 8 hits and 4 runs in 6 1/3 innings. Against New York in his career in 4 games, 0-2 with a 5.18 ERA.
On the ground, foul into the photographer's well beyond the Yankees dugout. 262, 7 homers, 33 runs batted in for Ellsbury. swing and a miss on a pitch that was in the dirt as he strikes out. First K for Miley.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, and they are 11th in the league with 96 errors on the season. Devin Marrero will be at third base. Xander Bogaerts, the shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second. And Travis Shaw, the first baseman. Left to right, Jackie Bradley Jr., Mookie Betts, and Brock Holt. And Blake Swihart doing the catching for Miley.
One down for Chase Headley. Bats in the 2 spot tonight. Third baseman for the Yankees. 263, 11 home runs, 62 runs batted in. Last win for Miley was against the Philadelphia Phillies 4 starts ago. So one grounded foul at the dish. Since then, a couple of no decisions and a loss. Close pitch. Miley wanted it, but a tad inside.
That's a pitch a pitcher would love to have right there. That fastball just a little bit off the inside corner.
Broken back grounder towards short. Bogaerts slides to his left. Little double pump, but still has time to get Chase Headley for the second out.
Good pitch by Miley. After the fastball, then he goes to the changeup down and away and picks up that ground ball to Bogaerts at shortstop. See Swihart set up away. That's exactly where he gets the change. And the result, the ground ball, a fairly routine ground ball to Xander Bogaerts at shortstop.
So 2 down here in the bottom of the first inning. Alex Rodriguez sitting at 250, 32 home runs, 85 runs batted in. On a strike to A-Rod. He's reached the 30 home run plateau in a season for the 15th time in his career. This passes Barry Bonds, who had done it 14 times. It's a fly ball to right field that has Brock Holt moving over towards the line to make the catch. Wynn took that a tad. 1-2-3 first for Miley. 3-0 Red Sox. First annual Comics Come Home at the TD Garden on Saturday, November 7th. Proceeds benefit the Cam Neely Foundation for Cancer Care. For tickets, visit Ticketmaster.com. Red Sox have a 3-0 lead after one, thanks to the 3-run home run by Travis Shaw, as Devin Marrero leads it off here in the second inning. Marrero hits it on the ground to Refsnyder at second base for the first out here of the second inning. Now the Blue Jays playing a doubleheader today, and they have officially clinched the American League East with their victory today. 92-65 for the Jays. Congratulations to John Gibbons and the Blue Jays. 15-2 in game one of their doubleheader against Baltimore. One down for Jackie Bradley Jr. They're shifting on Jackie here, and this one grounded foul outside of first.
That's late in the season, and we've seen both clubs, Toronto and now the Yankees, and in my opinion, Toronto clearly had the better ball club.
No question, and certainly the additions they made at the trade deadline made them so much better. And all the guys that they have added have contributed. This is fouled off to the left out of play. You think about a guy coming through the organization like Ryan Goins, who all of a sudden has burst onto the scene here and replacing Tulowitzki. And Bradley batting out of the number 9 spot. Outfield straight away here against Bradley. Tanaka had to throw 36 first inning pitches.
Tanaka shook off everything that McCann put down there and finally decided on a curveball. First one he's thrown tonight.
That one bouncing in, and it evens 2-2. Full count now. Walked one in that first inning, struck out a batter. The big blow, the 3-run home run by Travis Shaw. Jammed and a foul off to the left out of play.
Tanaka not happy with the location of that pitch. I know it's a 3-2 count, but he left a split-fingered fastball high in the zone. Very good pitch to hit, but fouled back by Bradley.
On the ground down the first baseline, a fair ball, and Bird will tag the bag for the second out. MLB.TV Premium is the #1 live streaming sports service. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in True HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Visit MLB.TV for details. So 2 down here in the second inning, and Mookie Betts, a strikeout victim in the first inning, went looking. Reached base in each of his last 32 games, dating back to August the 24th. Almost got hit there, and one running in on him at 91 miles an hour. To center field, Ellsbury out there waiting, and he puts away out number 3. A 1-2-3 second inning for Tanaka. A 3-0 Red Sox lead. 3-0. Red Sox have the lead over the Yankees as New York comes to bat here in the bottom of the second inning. Carlos Beltran, Brian McCann, and Chris Young expected to bat here in the bottom of the second after the Yankees went 1-2-3 in the first inning. Riley threw 14 first inning pitches as Beltran fouls it back into the seats, 1-2.
Another good changeup by Miley. He's featured a couple so far in this game, and they have been very, very good keeping him down, keeping him away from the right-handers.
He bets over towards right center. Good sized gap out there in left center for Beltran. Batting out of the cleanup spot for New York. And he hits one high in the air to left. Bradley Jr. will have room as he puts it away for out number 1 of the second inning. Well, it's time now for the Geico Red Sox moment honoring the 75 season. In their 158th game, Red Sox beat the Indians 4-0. Reggie Cleveland threw a complete game shutout and got the win for Boston.
You know, Don, it seems like every 3 or 4 games we look at that thing, there's been a complete game thrown.
Yeah,
I'd like to know how many the Red Sox had that season. Complete
looks like
games.
tons.
What have we got this year? 3? 3 complete games.
The art of the complete game has really gone by the wayside.
Yes, it has.
Right side, and Bogarts with the shift on is going to throw out McCann for the second out, 2 down. And I also noticed that they are winning more at this time of the year than they had been earlier.
They're putting a finish on them, Don. Finish.
There was one stretch there in like June or July where I couldn't figure out how it is that they actually got to the World Series. But they've turned it around. It looks like they're going to be okay.
I predict they're going to play Cincinnati in the World Series.
To me, Game 6 is going to be a big game.
It's going to be a big game. It's going to go 7. But I don't have a good feeling about the 7th game.
No.
People forget that there was a 7th game in the series.
There's Chris Young with 2 down. Young making his first appearance of the series, getting the start in left field.
Well, I'm informed that Red Sox pitchers in that season threw 62 complete games.
Wow.
62. We have 3.
3. This is game number 158 of the year.
62.
Yep. Wow. That's a lot. So what do the relievers do during all that time? I mean, 2-1 pitch.
Yeah, I can't tell you.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of time off. That's 62 games where there was not a reliever used. This is to center field, and that's going to get in for a base hit. There's the first hit of the night. For the Yankees, it's Chris Young's base hit to center.
Chris Young in the lineup for the first time in this series. Picks up the base hit. Looked like it might have been a changeup from Miley that he takes into center field. So with 2 outs, the Yankees have a base runner here in the second inning.
So 2 down to Young at first, and Greg Bird, the batter, at 250, 10 home runs, 29 runs batted in. And that move to first always seems to surprise people, even though the scouting report is well known.
It's amazing. Even though they're about 3 feet off the bag, they still have trouble getting back.
Greg Bird has been impressive for New York in the absence of Mark Teixeira. 10 homers, 29 runs batted in. Kind of a similar situation going on here for him as with Travis Shaw for the Red Sox. First baseman coming up, displaying some pretty good power. Bird not going to chase that. Pitch in the dirt. 1-2. Eight home runs in the month of September for Bird. Tied with Chris Davis and Jose Bautista for the most in the American League in September as Red Sox shift on the right side. Did he go? No, says Mike Everett, third base umpire.
Slider by Miley that just missed the outside part of the plate.
I think he went.
I disagree.
3-2 on the ground foul outside of first.
Only because I like disagreeing with you.
Three runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Red Sox. No runs, a hit, no errors for New York as Miley and a full count here. And Bird cleans it out but foul. Bird, a guy who started the year at Double-A Trenton, moved up to Triple-A Scranton. And he will take ball 4. So a 2-out walk has 2 on here now for New York. Single and a walk after the first 2 outs recorded by Miley. And Rob Refsnyder coming up now for New York. Second start of this series for Refsnyder at second base. Did not play in last night's game. But it has appeared in 5 of the last 7 games at second base. Made his major league debut back on July 11th. That was at Boston against the Red Sox. Second stint this year playing for Joe Girardi. Was up the 11th to the 19th of July and then came back up as a September call-up. Takes it the other way to right field. Holt on the run towards the corner, not going to get there. One hops up into the seats, a ground rule double that will plate 1 run and get the Yankees on the board. All this coming with 2 down.
And the Red Sox actually catch a break there because if that ball stays in play, 2-run score. Instead, with it bouncing up into the stands, that's going to hold the man at third base. That ball just slicing away, as you can see from Brock Holt. Hits that one bounce and up into the stands for the ground rule double.
So second and third, 2 down. Didi Gregorius the batter. And he'll take ball 1 a little bit low. 65 average for the Yankees shortstop. 9 homers, 54 runs batted in. He'll foul it off to the left, and it evens at 1-1. That ended up right down the middle.
Tried the breaking ball on the last pitch, and you're right down Broadway. So reference to New York.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Pitch in the dirt, and it's 2-1.
Only bring that stuff out when we're in New York, you know.
Bird at third, Refsnyder at second. 40th pitch for Miley, and it's a swing and a miss. Trying to get out of this jam without any further damage. Yankees already getting a run back. Full count now. On deck, top of the order, Jacoby Ellsbury. Second and third, 2 down. And a ground ball right side. Pedroia will go to first base to end the inning. Yankees get a run. It's 3-1. And Jerry, that is right down Broadway. 3-1. Red Sox have the lead over the Yankees. As we start this third inning, Yankees getting a run back in their half of the second inning. 2, 3, and 4 for the Red Sox in the inning. As Tanaka had a much better second inning than he had in the first. Had to throw 36 first inning pitches. Inning number 2, he had a 1-2-3 second inning on 12 pitches. Now falls behind here. He's at 50 in the game. 2-0 to Pedroia. Dustin popped out to Rob Refsnyder, second baseman in the first inning. On the corner, 2-1. Xander Bogaerts, then David Ortiz, all part of this top half of the third inning. Popped up foul off to the left, out of play. Now Tuesday night, celebrate New England's top athletes, coaches, and teams at the Globies, presented by Mercedes-Benz, with a guest list that includes Doug Flutie, Taylor Twellman, and many more. The Globies is gearing up to be the biggest night in local sports. Buy your tickets now at bostonglobe.com/Globies. 2-2 pitch. And a grounder foul over by the on-deck circle. Ortiz a bad third in this inning. Line down the left field line for Pedroia. That is going to be a fair ball. Up into the seats on a hop, and a ground rule double for Dustin Pedroia to begin the third inning.
You know, that's the second time that McCann has thrown down a bunch of signs, and maybe 4 or 5 of them. They've all been shaken off by Tanaka. He's wanted the curveball. And here he throws a real bad one, a flat one that stays on the inside part of the plate. And Pedroia is able to keep that ball fair down the left field line. Obviously, for McCann, the curveball is the last choice when he's dealing with Tanaka.
So a double for Pedroia to start this third inning, and brings up Xander Bogaerts, who singled in the first inning. He's got one of 4 Red Sox hits off Tanaka.
Tanaka hoping that ball was going to go foul.
2-0, trying to pick up that outside corner. Tanaka thought he did. Red Sox scoring 3 times in the first inning. Joe Girardi's Yankees getting a run back in the second. Well, the Red Sox threatening again here in the third after a leadoff double by Dustin Pedroia. There's a strike, 2-1. David Ortiz waiting on deck. In the air to right field. Back goes Beltran, now waiting as he'll make the catch. Tagging at second base, heading for third is Pedroia. He will get there. Getting in safely at third base. As Bogaerts flies out to right. Pedroia able to get to third.
A nice job by Bogaerts to get that ball deep enough to get Pedroia to third base. Very short, remember, out there in right field here at Yankee Stadium, and it's not that long a throw in the third base, but Pedroia hustling goes into the slide and beats it to throw. Now the infield comes in for Ortiz.
Well, Tanaka just staring in. Ortiz got tired of waiting. Down and in for ball one. David walked in the first inning, came around to score on the 3-run home run by Travis Shaw. In the dirt, and it's now 2-0. (16-30) runners from third with less than 2 outs, and right now dealing with a brought in infield here all the way around by the Yankees. And a liner towards left center field that's going to get in. From third base comes Pedroia. The Red Sox have their 3-run lead back. It's now 4-1 Boston as Big Papi drives in a run.
That's great hitting by Ortiz. You know, in this ballpark, you would think that he'd be thinking pull on every single pitch. And he's in a 2-0 situation. He gets a fastball, but the fastball's running away from him. So he just goes to the opposite field with it. 105 RBIs now for David on the season as Pedroia scores without a problem. Ortiz stops at first base.
So 1 out, Ortiz at first, and Shaw the batter as that one skips in. Shifting on the right side, the Yankees. Not holding Ortiz on. Bird stands in behind him. And a check swing there by Shaw.
And Travis Shaw in the first inning, the 3-run home run. That ball right down the middle of the plate, about knee high, and Shaw takes it out of the ballpark for 3 quick ones.
Foul to the screen, 1-2. Jerry, we saw plenty of Travis Shaw during spring training. He was a guy that played on a regular basis, made a lot of the long trips during spring training, but we didn't see this.
No, we did not. And, you know, a lot of times coming in late in games, and, you know, you don't get your regular bats, obviously, maybe get 1 or 2 per game. Some of the road trips, obviously, we didn't make, so we didn't get a chance to see him play. But it has been a very pleasant surprise since he's been in the lineup for the Red Sox.
Wind gusting here, swirling around the infield. Wrappers flying around. You see the uniform jersey there of Tanaka. As McCann heads out to talk to him. Ball and 2 strikes to Travis Shaw with David Ortiz at first, 1 down. And a line drive down the left field line, foul. DraftKings.com is paying out over $300 million this baseball season. DraftKings giving out $34 million to Boston residents alone since the site launched. Get your free entry into one-day fantasy baseball contest today using promo code NESSON. 1 out, Big Papi at first base, and Shaw waits on a 1-2 and grounds it foul. Cole waiting on deck. It's amazing the way the Red Sox have been playing here at the end of the year. If only it could have been more like this in the beginning, in the middle of the year for the Red Sox, the way it has been lately.
Yeah, we might be talking about a different meaning to these games this last week of the season.
Fouled the screen, still 2-2. Each of the last 8 home runs for the Red Sox have been hit by a player 25 years old or younger. As this time Shaw strikes out. That is the second strikeout for Tanaka. 2 down.
That might be the nastiest pitch he's made tonight. It looked to be a little cut fastball that picks up the outside corner. You can see a little movement right at the end and just almost an unhittable pitch. Swing at that. The best thing you can possibly do is probably foul it off.
So 2 down. Ortiz at first, and Brock Holt the batter. In the air to left field, sending Chris Young back towards the track, shy of it. He'll make the catch that ends the inning. Red Sox add a run, take a 4-1 lead through 2.5. For every Red Sox game that goes into extra innings or the Sox get a save, CVS Pharmacy will make a donation to Children's Hospital towards a $25,000 commitment once again this season. CVS Pharmacy, the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox. 4-1, Red Sox on top of the Yankees. And Jacoby Ellsbury taking a pitch outside. Ellsbury struck out swinging in the first inning. Only strikeout for Miley. It had to work hard to get through that second inning. He gave up the 1 run, and the Yankees ended up stranding a pair in scoring position. Well, Miley making his 32nd start of the year. And a swing and a miss as Ellsbury strikes out for the second time tonight. Tonight's suits are designed by Joseph Abood, custom made in the USA, fine Italian fabrics available at Men's Warehouse. One out here in the third inning. Chase Headley standing in, grounded out to shortstop in the first inning. Yankees with 2 hits. Chris Young a single, Rob Refsnyder a double, and now he can add another hit to that total. Chase Headley with a 1-out base hit to right field.
Yeah, it looks like Headley got jammed a little bit that time, but still able to force the ball on into right field for the base hit. Headley came into the game a 208 hitter against Miley, but picks up the base hit here, so he's 1 for 2 on the night.
One out, one on, and Alex Rodriguez, the batter, flying out to right field in the first inning. On a strike. Fouled off to the right out of play. 1-2. Alex Rodriguez needs 1 RBI to tie Jorge Posada, 1,065 for 11th place on the franchise's all-time list. That's in the dirt, and it's gathered by Swihart before Headley could do anything, and he remains at first base. Jerry, for Swihart, it seems that the defensive part of his game probably needs to improve moving forward.
Yeah, we've talked about that quite a bit in the past. And
this is a fair ball. Throw will go to second, and it's not in time. Nice pick by Pedroia, but it's late. Headley to second base. Rodriguez reaches at first.
It's probably the only play Marrero had, because I don't think if he goes across the diamond, he's going to get A-Rod. You see how far he has to go. I mean, that ball took a hop on him that was high, and then it just kind of carried him into foul territory. So the only play was the second base, and Headley beats it. See there, clearly Headley has the bag, makes the safe call himself.
So 2 on, 1 away, and Carlos Beltran, the batter. Tying run at the plate right now for New York here in the bottom of the third inning. In the dirt and knocked down by Swihart.
You know, getting back to your point about Swihart, I think it's no secret. I mean, everybody knows that, you know, he's still a young guy and still needs some work behind the plate. I think that he would admit that himself, you know, as far as framing pitches, calling games, blocking balls in the dirt, the whole package. But he has learned a great deal this year, you know, forced into a situation really.
Lined out to third, and they'll turn it into 2. And that worked out great. A line drive to Marrero, and they pick off Headley at second base. It's 4-1 Boston. simpler. It means finding new technology that puts your needs first. See what's new at easternbank.com. Here, you're first. Eastern Bank. 4-1. Red Sox have the lead over the Yankees. Masahiro Tanaka back on the mound, dealing with the bottom third of the Red Sox order. Blake Swihart, Devin Marrero, and Jackie Bradley Jr. Jerry, you tried like twice to finish off the Blake Swihart conversation, but
I almost had it finished.
You almost had it done. You were about at the end.
Wrapped up. I was wrapping up.
What I was going to say is that it is clear that he was here a year before he was supposed to be here.
Exactly.
Because of the injury for Christian Vasquez. This is out to center field, hit pretty well, but it's a big outfield, and Ellsbury back there with plenty of room to make the catch.
And I think it's more, this was a tremendous learning experience for him this year. And I think I have seen improvement since the beginning of the season to the end, but there's still room for improvement. And I think that's something he's really got to focus on in the offseason and during spring training. We got kind of spoiled last year watching Vasquez catch, who to me is one of the best around. And, Swihart, he's got the ability. There's no question about that. We hear him talk about maybe switching a position. Where would you put him?
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about it, and you look at the numbers, he's got a total of 5 home runs on the season. I mean, where are you going to put him? So I think catching is a spot. I think there's just a few things he's got to refine. He knows that. And those are things that could have been worked on in AAA this year, but he was kind of forced into the situation of doing it at the big league level, which ends up being a good thing for him. I'm finished.
You're all set?
I think so.
Okay.
Is that good enough for you?
No, yeah, I got it.
Okay.
I get it. Marrero down on the count here, 0-2. And he fouls it off himself.
One of the great things about coming to New York is we get a chance to be with Mike, our home plate cameraman.
Yes.
On a daily basis. He's here all the time, and he's a Yankee fanatic, a New York fanatic. He knows everything about New York sports. And I love him because when I say something, if he agrees, I can see him nodding.
Yes.
Out of the side of my, my side of my eye.
Rough Snyder throws out Marrero.
And if I say something that's incorrect or he doesn't appreciate, he nods up and down. There's Mike. Now, I didn't know Mike had a twin brother. And this is unbelievable. We found this guy before the game. Is that Mike or what?
It is. How can he be in 2 places at one time?
I mean, it's incredible.
I have noticed that anytime you say something, he reacts.
He does.
Either he agrees
at least
or
he's
he doesn't
listening
agree.
to us. Yeah. And I don't mind when he doesn't agree because he's paying attention. Right, Mike?
There are a lot of times where he just kind of puts his hands up, too. Like, I don't know. Yeah.
I've leaned on him for very important questions. Best Yankee of all time and all this. And he told me today his favorite Yankee of all time, Bernie Williams.
Wow. How about that?
Loved him.
Mike's been here a long time, no doubt about it.
He's seen everything.
Yes. Well, Jackie Bradley Jr. grounded out to first base in the second inning. Shift on here, and it's Gregorius, the shortstop, who's going to throw out Bradley this time. Red Sox down in order. We're through 3.5 with the Red Sox on top 4-1. helps make good things happen. Watch how good things are happening to local people at easternbank.com/goodthingshappen. 4-1, Red Sox have the lead over the Yankees as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning. And McCann, Chris Young, Greg Bird featured here in the inning. Finally falling behind here, 2-0. McCann with 26 home runs for the Yankees this year.
Taken all the way on that 2-0 count right there. Took a fastball right down the middle with a little something off it.
Alex Spear of the Boston Globe pointing out leads catchers in home runs this year. Pitch 60 for Miley, and it'll miss. On the ground into the shift, it's Bogarts on the right side of the infield. Nice throw to first in plenty of time to get McCann as we check in with Guerin.
Thanks, Don. As you guys have been talking about all night, last night was a big night for Blake Swihart with 2 home runs and 5 RBIs. Swihart said that he had a lot of text messages after the game, but the most important ones came from his family, especially his older brother, Jace. Blake and Jace are very close, and Blake said that Jace will actually text him after every game. He said that if he has a good game, the messages are, great job, nice catch, and if he doesn't have a good game, it's all right, hang in there. Don Jerry, Swihart said last night was pretty cool, and it means so much to hear from his family and get those messages.
Well, a 2 home run night, 5 RBIs. First time in his career he's had that happen, and first time he's had a multi-home run game in his major league career.
At least he gets encouragement even when the game's not so good for him. That's a good thing. Can't say that on everybody.
1-1 pitch on the ground, foul outside of third. Strike 3 call, and Miley picks up his 3rd K. 2 down here in the 4th inning.
2 strikeouts tonight on fastballs, 1 on the slider. As that fastball that picks up the inside corner actually had Young jumping back from it.
Now Bird now through the shift on the right side into right field, a base hit. Bird's on for the 2nd time tonight. He walked in the 2nd. Now a single to right.
Yeah, Miley looking for his second 1-2-3 inning of the ball game, but is not going to get it. This ball hit very well. A breaking ball that stays a little bit inside, and Bird is a dead pull hitter. Pulls it hard by Travis Shaw at first base.
So 2 down, Bird at first. Rob Refsnyder is the batter as Miley checks on Bird at first base. Now it's sharply in through the left side into left field. A base hit for Refsnyder. And the Yankees with 2 outs have 2 on.
At the bottom of the order getting it done. Bird on a breaking ball, fastball to Refsnyder. And he pulls it high between third and short for the base hit. Refsnyder 2 for 2 on the night, double and drove in a run back in the 2nd inning.
Swing and a miss. Cut there by Gregorius. Half-hearted, kind of changed his mind in the middle. Grounded out to Pedroia at second base in the 2nd inning. It's Bird at second, Refsnyder at first. 2 outs here in the Yankees' 4th inning. And a ground ball to shortstop Xander Bogaerts. It's going to go underhanded to second, and it is in time to force out Refsnyder and to end the 4th inning. It's on to the 5th, 4-1 Red Sox. Top half of the fifth inning, 4-1. Red Sox have the lead over the Yankees, as it is Mookie Betts, top of the order, leading it off here for the Red Sox. 0 for 2 so far tonight. He struck out looking and flied out to center field. A little bit high for ball 2. Tanaka had a long first inning through 36 pitches in that first inning. And now has thrown 85 in the game. He's retired the last 5 Red Sox in a row. There's a strike, 3-1. Now the hamstring problem has not pitched since the 18th. There's a fly ball headed out towards left center field. See what the wind does with it. Young will now give way to Ellsbury, and that ball moved quite a bit from left to right as it turned out. 1 down. Well, stay tuned for Red Sox Final, presented by Uno's. Adam Eck and Steve Lyons will break down the American League wild card race. 1 down here in the 5th inning. Now 6 in a row retired by Tanaka, and seemingly settling into this outing now after kind of that rocky start and out with the hamstring since the 18th, and see a little bit of that rustiness certainly in the first inning. There's a pitch in there for strike 1 to Pedroia. Dustin has popped out a second and doubled. Down on the count, 0-2. "39 straight games against American League East teams. Longest single season streak since 1985. Wade Boggs holding that previous mark. 90th pitch. And a ground ball to short. Gregorius to his left, little stumble, but recovers and shows off a pretty good arm right there to get Pedroia 2 down.
And Gregorius has had a nice season defensively out there for the New York Yankees. 13 errors on the season, but he covers a lot of ground. He's got a very strong throwing arm. He's done a nice job for the Yankees this season.
And 2 down here in the 5th inning brings up Xander Bogaerts. Single in the first, fly to right in the 3rd. No easy task either if you're Gregorius coming in. Certainly, I'm sure, putting a lot of pressure on himself. You're taking over for a legend and Derek Jeter.
Of course. And quite frankly, to be honest with you, I love Derek Jeter. One of my all-time favorite players. But the last couple of years, I mean, I can see with just my eyes that Gregorius shows much more range than Jeter did in the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, I thought that's where he probably changed the most was the amount of range that he displayed, because in Jeter's prime, I mean, he made that play where he'd go out into the outfield and go up into the air and make that throw to first. I mean, just couldn't do that anymore. Two down here in the 5th. Bogaerts will pop it up foul off to the right out play. Yankees have action as a left-hander Chasen Shreve up in the pen. Joe Girardi last night, quite a few walks to the mound in last night's game, and pitching changes. Of course, the roster's expanded. 2-2 pitch hit in the air down the right field line. Beltran on the run. The wind is going to push this into the seats. Well, the pitching line brought to you by Lexus Ford Tanaka. 4 2/3, 5 hits, 4 runs, all earned, a walk and 2 Ks. 95 pitches. through 4 2/3 innings. Again, had to throw 36 pitches in the first inning alone. 2-2 pitch. And a swing and a miss, and down goes Bogarts after the cut. Third K for Tanaka. Halfway through this one, Red Sox have a 4-1 lead. Don't miss WB Mason Extra Innings Live right after the game. Adam Eck and Steve Lyons will break down tonight's game. You'll hear from Wade Miley. Whatever, whenever, wherever. Who but WB Mason? There's a liner into right field off the bat of Jacoby Ellsbury. It gets through to the track in the wall. Ellsbury headed for second base. He'll get there standing. Well, after back-to-back strikeouts for Ellsbury, wasn't waiting around this time.
That happens quite often. You get 2 strikeouts in a row, sometimes 3. You're not waiting around to get 2 strikes on you. First fastball he sees, he jumps all over. A fastball down right in Ellsbury's spot. And rifles it down the right field line and pick up the 2-base hit.
At second base to get it started here in the 5th inning now, Chase Headley. Headley is grounded out to short, single to right. Yankees are out hitting the Red Sox 7-5 in this game, but trail 4-1. They have left 5 men on base through the first 4 innings. 2-0. Alex Rodriguez on deck with nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. And that one gets away. Heading for third base is Ellsbury. Tracking it down is Swihart.
A free pass to third base for Jacoby Ellsbury. Fastball inside. These are the type of pitches we're talking about now that have to be caught. It was right off the webbing of the glove of Blake Swihart right there, and that's a free pass to third base for Jacoby.
Wild pitch charge to Wade Miley, and that pitch in there for a strike now to Headley. Fights it off, foul to the right, out of play. Full count. Walking lead for Ellsbury, nobody out. Now a bloop out to right center field. Coming in from right is Brock Holt. He'll make the catch. Ellsbury is not going to try it, and the throw cut off. So he draws the throw, but not going anywhere. Headley is out number 1 of this 5th inning.
Yeah, if this had been a tie game or a lead by the Yankees, 1 or 2 runs, they would have tried to score Ellsbury there. But being down by 3, this being the first out of the inning, no try, just a fake. Back to the bag goes Jacoby, looking for help from his third base coach. He says no and holds him up.
1 out, Ellsbury at third base. Alex Rodriguez 1 for 2 in this game. He'll take it down low for ball 1. A 1 part of the 1 for 2 infield hit to third base in the 3rd inning. Riley 0 for 2 against the Yankees in his career. 5.18 earned run average, 4 career starts. Has a lead tonight and a 3-0 lead, now a 4-1 lead. Wanted him to check at first base, now they do, and Titchener said he didn't go. In there for a strike. 3-1 now to A-Rod. Off balance cut there, fooled him. Shreve has been joined by Justin Wilson now in the pen. 95 pitches for Tanaka through the first 5 innings of this game. Ball 4, and he loses A-Rod. Down to first base with the second walk allowed by Miley in his outing. Well, Saturday, don't miss an ACC football doubleheader. At noon, Pittsburgh visits Virginia Tech. And at 3:30 on NESN Plus, the BC Eagles take on the Duke Blue Devils. Saturday afternoon, tune in for your college football fix on NESN and NESN Plus. 1st and 3rd, 1 out. And Carlos Beltran coming up here for New York. With the exception of the 1st inning, in which Miley had a 1-2-3 first, the Yankees have had plenty of base runners in this game. And Miley's kind of been working without a net for a lot of the night.
Oh, there it comes again.
Yeah. Working without a net. The 0-1 pitch is outside. Ellsbury at third, Rodriguez at first. Driven towards the gap in right center field, deep and far. And that ball's going to one-hop up and over into the bullpen. So that will plate 1 run here for New York. And it's now 4-2 with runners at 2nd and 3rd.
That's the 2nd time Beltran's hit the ball very hard. He hit a ball line drive to third base that turned into a double play in his last at bat. And now he takes his fastball that's just above the belt and one hop over the fence. The 2nd time that's happened to the Yankees tonight.
Wade Miley's pitching line is brought to you by Ace Ticket. 4 1/3, 8 hits, 2 runs, a couple of walks, 3 Ks. Ryan McCann 0 for 2 as he takes a pitch in the dirt for ball 1. McCann grounding out twice to Bogaerts, both times Xander up to the task. Rodriguez at third, Beltran at 2nd. Tying runs in scoring position. That's outside. Swing and a miss from McCann, blocked by Swihart. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Leading hitter in this spot. 308 with runners in scoring position for McCann. On the ground to first base. Shaw is going to take and tag the bag at first. Took a look at third and at home, but elects to step on the bag at first base to get McCann. Run scores, and it's now a 1-run contest.
I think he did the right thing there. You know, he looked a long time to home, was thinking about it, but I think it would have been a mistake. If you don't get A-Rod at home, it opens up a real big, it could have opened up a real big inning. Take the out. You still have the 1-run lead. There's the look. He's thinking about going home, but I don't think he would have got Rodriguez.
Now pitch in there for strike 1 to Chris Young.
He keeps jumping away from that inside fastball, and there's strikes. This ball's got the corner. That's how he struck him out last time.
Just missed a ball and a strike here to Young. Singled in the second. The strikeout you spoke of in the fourth. Scored a run. This time too far inside. 2-1. Tying run 90 feet away here for New York. Did he go? Yes. No, he did not. 3-1.
No swing.
Now he does swing and puts this one past Marrero at third. Tying game. In from third comes Beltran as Young gets the job done, and Miley has given up 3 runs so far here in the bottom of the 5th.
Now this time Young does not jump back from the inside fastball. He tops it right down that third base line. And Marrero goes into a dive right here. All he can do is get leather on it. Gets by him, run scores, tie ball game. Young has his second hit of the night.
Carl Willis, the pitching coach, out there to talk to Miley. Well, Jacoby Ellsbury got this inning started with a double. Yankees have scored 3 times here in the 5th and tied this game up 4 aside. Greg Bird coming up. 7th batter of the inning for New York. Bird has been on twice, a walk in the second, a single in the 4th inning. Justin Wilson up alone now for New York. Two and 0. Throw to first and back crossing over is Chris Young. Lead was not very big. In the air, foul off to the left, out of play. The Sox have had leads of 3-0, 4-1. Yankees have taken care of business here in the bottom of the 5th inning, tying this game 4-4. Miley trying to get out of the inning. Good pitch, called a ball.
I guess call because it was too high, but it looked like it did have the top of the strike zone.
Foul back, and it's a full count. So now Chris Young can get a start at first base, with Rob Refsnyder waiting on deck for the Yankees. A-Rod got a walk as part of this inning. That is ball 4, and the second walk of the inning, third of the outing allowed by Miley. Well, Willis saw on the phone, and he's going to get somebody up in the Red Sox pen. So 2 on now with 2 outs for the Yankees here in the 5th inning, and Rob Refsnyder coming up. Had a good night against Miley. Doubled to right in the 2nd, singled to left in the 4th inning. Ball 1. The action of the pen is Matt Barnes. That's just his 2nd warm-up toss.
Back-to-back changes by Miley, getting a strike on the second one.
Strike 2. Eighth member of the Yankees to bat here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Bounces in, 2-2.
Jacoby Ellsbury got this started with a double to lead off the inning.
Full count. Yankees runners can get a start as Didi Gregorius waits on deck. Ball 4. Did it go? No. Base is now loaded. Back-to-back walks allowed by Miley. And 3 in the inning.
Yeah, 3 in this inning for Miley.
.38 pitches so far this inning for Miley. Didi Gregorius, a number 9 man, who has grounded out to second, grounded into a fielder's choice. In the air to left center field. On the move is Bradley. Won't have a problem. He'll get there to make the catch. That will end the inning. We are tied up 4-4. Let's take a look at the Red Sox box score. brought to you by your local New England Ford dealers. Digital Federal Credit Union. See what DCU can save you. And by the Kia Sorrento. Four to four the score as we head here to the top half of the sixth inning. And a new pitcher on for New York, Justin Wilson, into the game. His 73rd appearance of the year, 5-0. 3.20 earned run average, 64 strikeouts, 20 walks. Opponent's inning at 225 against a left-hander. David Ortiz leading it off here in the sixth inning. David has walked, singled, and driven in a run. Yankees shifting on the right side of the infield. Fouls it off to the left, out of play. 5 innings tonight for Tanaka, who ends up giving up 5 hits and 4 runs. Walked 1 and struck out 3. And he departs with a chance for a win. Went the minimum to make himself eligible, going the first 5 innings. I take that back. Now with a tie game, impossible for him to win. But you know, Joey, the way that he pitched, he could have easily been on the hook for this game and giving up 4 runs early.
Yeah, he was clearly not sharp in the first inning. It reminded me of last night's ball game with Pineda pitching. And both guys came out a little sluggish in the first inning, and Red Sox were able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, Shaw with a 3-run home run in the first. There's a fly ball down the left field line, and this will make its way foul. So Wilson first out of the pen for Joe Girardi tonight here in the sixth inning. Ortiz to left center field, sending Jacoby Ellsbury back to the track at the wall. He leaps and it's off the wall. He went hard into the wall. Young will get it in, but it'll be a stand-up double for David Ortiz to begin things in the sixth inning. Ellsbury could not make the catch, and he went into the wall pretty hard.
That's about as far as you can hit it in this ballpark without getting a home run. That ball crushed by Ortiz back around that 399 in the bullpen area. Nice effort by Ellsbury, but right off the top of his glove, the top of the fingers of his glove, and he comes crashing down to the dirt, but is okay.
Well, David has been banged up, had to run there to second base, and comes out of this game as Rutledge will pinch run for him at second base. Here is Travis Shaw, a 3-run home run off Tanaka in the first inning, struck out in the third. Now fouls the first pitch back. Yeah, the double by David Ortiz, back by that 399 marker out there in left center.
That's a long way in that part of the ballpark. No question about that.
On the ground, foul outside of third. Not shifting on Shaw this time. After he homered in the first, struck out looking in the third inning. Popped up foul off to the left, out of play. Brock Holt waiting on deck. Red Sox have the lead runner here at second base to begin things in the sixth inning, after relinquishing a 3-run lead in the bottom half of the last inning. Popped up. Foul ground, playable for Headley. And he makes that play for the first out of the inning. It's time for a game break, brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. Adam? All right, Adam, thanks very much. The Yankees here trying to take care of their end of things and punch their ticket to the postseason, but a 4-4 game right now from Yankee Stadium with the Red Sox threatening with one out here in the 6th inning. Brock Holt, the batter. Wilson missing at 95 miles an hour. Brock tonight a double in the first, flied out to left in the third. All that was against Masahiro Tanaka, tonight's Yankee starter. Two and 0. There's a strike, 2-1. Josh Rutledge gaining his lead at second base, represents the go-ahead run. Holt sprays it foul and evens the count at 2-2. Individual game tickets are available for all Bruins home games throughout the season, with a schedule filled of must-see matchups. You won't want to miss out on the action and excitement of Bruins hockey. To purchase tickets, visit bostonbruins.com or the Bruins mobile app. Rutledge at second, one down. Brock Holt waiting on a 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Climb the ladder at him at 96 miles an hour.
Yeah, leadoff double, then gets the next two left-handed, Shaw and Holt. Holt with the high fastball. Brock had to go up on his tiptoes just about to try to make contact on that pitch.
So 2 down, Rutledge at second base. Blake Swihart the batter. So far 0 for 2 tonight. Grounded out to second, fly it out to center. Swihart ranking first among catchers in batting average. First in the American League. Catchers with at least 250 plate appearances. Started the night hitting at .272. Popped up. First baseman Greg Bird will step into foul ground and make the catch basket style to end the inning. So the double by Ortiz to start the inning kind of wasted by the Red Sox. Game still tied 4-4.
some of the run scoring in the ballgame. The Red Sox, Travis Shaw with a 3-run home run off Tanaka back in the first inning. Gave 3 quick ones, added 1 to give them 4 runs on the night. The Yankees battle back. A double by Carlos Beltran to the opposite field. 1 hops over the fence. And then a little ground ball with Travis Shaw. Rodriguez scores from third base. And then Chris Young with a base hit down the third base line right off the tip of the glove of Devin Marrero. And we're all tied at 4 as we go to the bottom of the 6th.
Well, the Red Sox moving on to the bullpen here after Miley goes the first 5 innings. And the first pitch from Matt Barnes going to miss to Jacoby Ellsbury as Barnes appears in his 31st game of the year. 3-4, the 5.53 earned run average, 37 strikeouts. Foul back by Ellsbury, and it's a ball and a strike now to Jacoby. So Miley gives up 9 hits in his 5 innings, charged with 4 runs. Walked 3 in the 5th inning. And struck out 3 as Ellsbury now down 1-2. Foul tip that pitch.
Outfield shifting over now with 2 strikes on Ellsbury. Both Mookie Betts and Brock Holt shifting over toward left field.
Fouled off to the left out of play. Hurling, the world's fastest field sport, returns to Fenway Park as part of an Irish festival on November 22nd. For more information on the match featuring Dublin and Galway and the Irish Festival, visit redsox.com/Irish Festival. 2-2 to Ellsbury. And he gets a piece, stay alive. Barnes worked Monday night in game 1 of the series. And a perfect 8th inning on Monday night against the Yankees. 7th straight scoreless appearance. There's a fly ball headed to shallow center as Bogarts backpedals and makes the catch for the first out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. One down brings up Chase Headley. Has grounded to short, single to right, flied out to right.
Last fastball 97 from Bonds. I don't think we've seen him touch 97 in the past.
He's not giving up a run in his last 8 innings pitched. Five different stints this year with Boston. Ground ball right side. It is Shaw who flips to Barnes for the out, covering the bag. 2 down. Well, right now, Ace Ticket has your tickets to all Boston Bruins, Boston Celtics, and New England Patriots games. Visit aceticket.com for the best seats at the best prices. Ace Ticket, it's more than a ticket. Barnes taking his time getting back after covering first base. And Alex Rodriguez standing in with 2 down here in the 6th inning. A-Rod is flied to right, singled, and walked. High fastball at 96. A-Rod couldn't catch up to it.
That ball well up and out of the strike zone, about neck high to Rodriguez.
Now trying to go away. And too far away as it turns out. Barnes making 2 starts this year for the Red Sox, was 0-2 in the 2 starts that he made. The rest of his appearances out of the pen. This is driven deep and far to left field, and it's gone. Home run. Alex Rodriguez, his 33rd of the year, puts the Yankees on top 5-4.
.95-mile-an-hour fastball inside, and Rodriguez turns on it. First couple of pitches were high out of the strike zone. They get it down. They get it on the inside part of the plate.
Now a drive out to deep left center field by Beltran, as back goes Betts to make the catch right in front of Bradley out there on the warning track to end the inning. A-Rod's home run puts the Yankees on top 5-4. Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Back in New York, where the Yankees have just taken a 5-4 lead. Matt Barton surrendering a solo home run to Alex Rodriguez, and the Yankees on top as Devin Marrero leads it off here in the 7th inning and takes strike 1. Marrero has grounded out twice to Rob Refsnyder at second base. 0 for 2 in the game. Ground ball up the middle. Incoming is Refsnyder, and for the 3rd time in the game, Marrero grounding out to the second baseman. You get to the later innings in this game, and you expect some pretty tough competition from that Yankees pen, and this is one of those guys. Dylan Betances up in the pen now.
Now they are very, very tough when they have a lead late in the ball game. What a combination. Betances, Miller.
One out here in the 7th inning. Jackie Bradley Jr. the batter. 0 for 2. Two and 0. Wilson came in. First batter he faced was David Ortiz, who doubled Out to deep left center field. And after that, he gets Shaw to foul out, Holt to strike out, Swihart to foul out, and gets Marrero to ground out for the first out here of the 7th inning. Meantime, his team is taking a lead. Pretty good hack there by Bradley, but strike one.
I got a good pitch on a 2-0 count. Fastball right down the middle, but no contact.
On the ground, right side. It's Bird, the first baseman. He'll take it alone to the bag. 2 down. Well, tonight after Red Sox coverage on NESN Sports Today, the Bruins are also in New York and will have highlights from their preseason matchup with the Rangers, plus hear from Tom Brady. NESN Sports Today is presented by People's United Bank. See what know-how can do. And Wilson getting 2 outs in the 7th inning, going an inning and 2/3, and that's the night for him. The Yankees will make a change here in the 7th inning on top, 5-4. Betances coming in. Hood salutes the Red Sox Foundation's commitment to 4,900 accredited charities throughout New England. 5-4. Yankees have the lead over the Red Sox with 2 outs here in the 7th inning. Dylan Betances into the game for New York. 72nd appearance, 6-3 with a 1.34 earned run average. 125 strikeouts, 39 walks. Opponents hitting at 153 against Betances. As Mookie Betts will take ball 1. That's 0 for 3 tonight, striking out and flying out twice. There Betances ranks American League appearances. He's 4th, ERA 2nd, strikeouts number 1. Falls behind 2-0.
And basically you'll see the fastball and slider. Fastball mid-90s, sometimes above that, and a above average slider.
In the air to left field for Mookie Betts. Back goes Young towards the wall, and that ball is gone. Home run for Mookie Betts off Betances that ties this game at 5. How about that? Joe Girardi brings in Betances, and Betts takes him out of the yard to tie the game.
You know, we keep talking about the quick hands of Mookie Betts, and I'll tell you what, this is a great example as he turns around Betances' fastball. Fastball, middle in. That's exactly where Betts likes it. It is so hard to throw the ball by him inside.
That one's by Pedroia at 97 miles an hour.
It just sounded real good off the bat, didn't it?
Yes, it did, and went a long way. Big smile for Mookie, who has his 17th home run of the year. There's that slider you were talking about. There's the 6th home run given up by Betances on the season. And this game is tied up 5-5. Now Pedroia protecting the plate, reaches out and pokes it foul. Red Sox have action in their pen. Heath Hembree warming. Barnes working the 6th inning. Of course, he gave up the 2-out home run to Alex Rodriguez. On the ground up the middle, ranging Gregorius to his left. Had trouble getting it out of the glove, but when he did, he still gets it there in time to get Pedroia. But Mookie Betts with a home run has tied the game at 5. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Your local Subaru dealers. And by Sullivan Tire and Auto Service. Thank you to England for 60 great years. Back in New York, where the Red Sox and Yankees are tied up 5-5. The game summary is brought to you by Xfinity. Wade Miley started this game for the Red Sox, 5 innings and 4 runs. Travis Shaw with a 3-run home run, his 13th. Mookie Betts with his 17th more recently. Tanaka started for the Yankees, and A-Rod with a total of 33 home runs as he homered to put the Yankees on top 5-4 at the time, but it is now 5-5. And the Red Sox moving on to their 3rd pitcher of the night. As Matt Barnes went an inning, giving up a hit and a run. The home run by A-Rod didn't walk anybody, nor did he strike anybody out. And Hembree appears in his 20th game, 2-0, 3.52 earned run average, 23 innings, 13 strikeouts, 6 walks, and opponents hitting at 250 against Hembree. But tomorrow at 6, don't miss Red Sox first pitch presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. Adam, Eck, and Steve will have a special look at Mookie Betts' road to the major leagues. We last saw Heath Hembree on Monday night in game 1 of the series against the Yankees in the 7th inning, went a 3rd, giving up a hit. Was his 7th straight scoreless appearance. 6 innings total without giving up a run, and he will deal with Brian McCann to begin things here in the bottom of the 7th inning. McCann tonight has grounded out to short twice and grounded out to first base. Outside for ball 1. They're pretty tight together on that right side, stacked up here in the shift. Coming out on deck here is Brett Gardner to bat for Chris Young. 1-1 foul to the screen for strike 2. Katie Couric here at the ballpark tonight. And it is a cool night here tonight in New York, and it's cooled off as the game has gone on. Lots of breeze.
Yeah, it was warm and humid this afternoon, and then all of a sudden the breeze kicked up as the game started, and it started to cool off a little bit.
Two and two. Well, he started 1-5. Barnes win an inning. Now Hembree here into the 7th. McCann will foul it off to the left out of play. Yankees out hitting the Red Sox 10-7 as they bat here in the bottom of the 7th inning. A little bit low, and a full count now. Ball 4 and a leadoff walk for Brian McCann. Well, it's easy to start earning DD Perks rewards. Download the Dunkin' mobile app and enroll any DD card and perks right on the app. Message and data rates may apply. Red Sox Nation runs on Dunkin'. Brett Gardner pinch hitting here for Chris Young. Got a pinch runner at first base as well. Rico Noel pinch running at first.
Well, let's see if Gardner here is sacrificing, trying to get Noel in a scoring position at second base.
So McCann with that leadoff walk. Noel running for him now at first. Throw to first, and if Gardner is bunting, he didn't give it away on that throw over to first base. Four for 4 in thefts for Noel. Good size lead over there at first base. And noticing was Hembree, a little closer that time.
And Noel getting back fairly easily so he can increase his lead a little bit. That's a big lead at first base and still not even really that close. That time he wasn't even ready.
Out there again. 1-0 the count. Now Gardner squares, taken off the runner at first, and the throw is going to be not in time. Stolen base.
Well, they don't need the sacrifice. All Gardner was doing there was faking a bunt and drawing the bat back to try to keep Swihart back. And the Wells, with that huge lead, steals it with the head-first slide. Swihart rushing the throw, one hop to second base, still fairly close play. Now we'll see if Gardner is bunting him to third base.
Ball and a strike here to Gardner. Not squaring and taking a ball a little bit low. .302 with 8 homers, 52 runs batted in with runners in scoring position. Tie game right now with Tommy Lane warming in the pen. Well, gaining his lead at second base. Here's a 2-1 pitch. Fly ball center field, sending Betts back, going towards the track, and Mookie will run it down on the warning track. Tagging at second and heading to third is Noel, and he kind of rounds it as they throw homeward, and it is cut off. Deep drive there by Gardner, back to the warning track at the 399 marker as Betts grabs it, and Noel now at third with one down.
Yeah, Noel does the right thing there too. Watch him, even though this ball's hit very deep, he goes back to tag up. Because if the ball's caught, he's got to get to third base with less than 2 outs. If there's 1 out in the inning and the same ball's hit, he'd be playing it halfway. So that is the proper base running move right there by Noel.
And now with Bird coming up. Torey Lovullo headed out there. He's got Tommy Lane ready to go in the pen. Go ahead run 90 feet away here for New York in the bottom of the 7th inning. The pitching change from Yankee Stadium, tied up right now. Foxwoods. It's your chance to shop over 100 of your favorite brands at a discount. Foxwoods, the official casino and resort of the Boston Red Sox. Visit foxwoods.com to learn more. Henry leaves the game responsible for the runner at third base. One down here in the 7th inning. And Tommy Lane into his 63rd game, 2-1 with a 4.08 earned run average, 44 strikeouts, 24 walks. Opponent's hitting at .238 against him. John Ryan Murphy pinch hitting here for Bird. 286, 3 homers, and 14 runs batted in.
And I wouldn't be at all surprised they go on contact with that speed at third base on a ground ball to the infield with 1 out.
Infield in all the way around. Murphy will take strike 1. Four of 6 from third with less than 2 outs. Wind picks up, blows some dirt around the home plate area. Got a strong wind here tonight on a cool night from Yankee Stadium. Murphy on the ground, a foul ball. Outside of third, 0-2.
And that should tip off the infielders there because Noel was going at third base on contact. As soon as contact's made, you can see him going right down that third, trying to avoid the baseball first of all, but going toward home.
Murphy down the right field line, foul. And protecting the plate here, 0-2. Rob Refsnyder waiting on deck here for New York. Brian McCann walked to begin the inning. Noel ran for him, stole second base. The fly out by Gardner to deep center, got Noel to third. Now Murphy pinch hitting for Greg Bird. And Murphy fouls it back to the screen.
We had a good pitch there to work with, too. A breaking ball that really stayed up in the zone. And Murphy fouling it straight back. That's a pitch right there that could have been lifted to the outfield and sacrifice fly time.
Down low for ball 1. Yankees trying to grab the lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Two and two. Lane last worked on Sunday at home against Baltimore. More action behind him in the pen. Noe Ramirez warming up for Boston. Infield in all the way around. And that is low, very low. Full count. Dug out there by Swihart. I've been 0-2, now a full count to John Ryan Murphy. Murphy with a swing and a miss, and Lane strikes him out. That's a huge out there, 2 down.
That goes to the breaking ball to pick up the strikeout. The slider that's going to be down and in and off the plate. See the location of the pitch here from Tommy Lane. Never really in the strike zone.
Yankee Insurance, great service, great coverage, and a great price for auto, home, or life insurance. A huge strikeout for Lane. Now they're going to put on intentionally here Rob Refsnyder. Didi Gregorius, the batter on deck. So the intentional walk for Refsnyder. First and third, and here comes Didi Gregorius. He is grounded out to second, grounded into a fielder's choice, and flied out to left. Gregorius takes strike one. Noel at third with Refsnyder across the diamond at first. 2 down here in the inning. Inside, 1-1.
If for some reason that runner at first base takes off, I don't think you throw through if you're the Red Sox.
A cloud of dust again and dirt. That wind blowing hard. Only time there was old plate umpire Tim Welke. Wrappers all over the field. The 1-1 pitch. Runner goes at first, and blocking it is Swihart. Knocking it down, and to second base goes Refsnyder.
That's a good block there by Swihart. I mean, this ball just kind of bounced up and hit him very high in the chest. Breaking ball in the dirt. Watch where it bounces and catches him right off that left shoulder, and that saves a run.
So stolen base for Refsnyder. Second and third, 2 down. 2-1 the count, and now Swihart going out. Well, at third base, Refsnyder at second, 2 down. Ball 3, 3-1. Gregorius to center field, sending Betts back. Plenty of room out there at center. He'll make the catch, and out of the jam is Lane. Let's check out the updated Red Sox box score. Local restaurant in Charlestown. Find out where 3 great spots for fall squash dishes are and hear from spokesperson for Dining Playbook Gala Charity. Share our strength. Don't miss Dining Playbook Saturday at 9. 5-5 the score. Changes for the Yankees. Brett Gardner staying in the game in left field. Coming into the game at first base, Brendan Ryan. And John Ryan Murphy now doing the catching. He had a big strikeout as part of that bottom of the 7th inning. Xander Bogaerts fouling it back to the screen here against Dylan Betances. Xander singled in the first inning and scored. Since then, he's flied to right and struck out. Bogaerts goes chasing after that pitch, and it's 1-2.
Well, a big sweeping breaking ball that time from Betances. That ended up way off the outside part of the plate.
Outside, 2-2.
Tried it again. Every pitch so far in this at bat has been away from Bogaerts. Tries to get him to chase that breaking ball again way off the plate. This time Bogaerts not biting.
Check swing foul. Back into the seats off to the right. Ellsbury over towards right center. Gap out there in left center field. Bogaerts asks for time and backs out. Xander, a little pop-up that has Ryan in foul ground, making the catch for the first out of the 8th inning. Well, Bob's Discount Furniture goes to bat for the Jimmy Fund again this year. Bob will donate $1,000 to the Jimmy Fund for every game saved this season. Everybody saves at Bob's. Bob's Discount Furniture. Quality, choice, and value. Learn more at mybobs.com. 1 out in the 8th inning, and Josh Rutledge bats for the first time. He pinch ran for David Ortiz in the 6th inning. Travis Shaw waiting on deck. Red Sox batting here in the top half of the 8th inning. Rutledge on the ground, foul. Five runs, 10 hits, no errors for New York. 5 runs, 7 hits, no errors for the Red Sox. And a strike on the outside corner. Betances came into this game with 2 outs and the bases empty in the 7th inning. Gave up the home run to Mookie Betts and got Pedroia to ground out to shortstop to end the 7th inning. There's 1 out here in the 8th. And Rutledge strikes out. That's 2 outs now in the 8th. First strikeout for Betances.
I can see why he piles up strikeouts. I mean, the guy's got just a nasty, nasty slider. Against those right-handers, he starts to the outside part of the plate and he gets them to chase it. We saw Bogaerts do it. We see Rutledge do it.
There's so much movement on it. 2 down here in the 8th, and it brings up Travis Shaw. In there for a strike. Yankees shifting here on the right side as Andrew Miller gets ready in the pen. There's the shift with Gregorius coming to the right side of the infield. The Yankees shortstop. On the ground up the middle, Gregorius right around second, slides down to grab that, and then throws out Shaw to end the inning. We head to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 5. Nesson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Well, back in New York, tied at 5 here in the last half of the 8th inning, and the top of the Yankees order. And Jacoby Ellsbury to lead it off, as Ellsbury will take ball 1 on a close pitch. Tommy Lane back out there again. Got the last 2 outs of the 7th, 2 huge outs with the runner at third base. Yankees couldn't get him in because Lane got him out. 2-0. Both very close.
Yeah, both borderline strikes. Neither one of them going as strikes.
There's ball 3, 3-0. Takes that for strike 1, 3-1. Ellsbury, Headley, and Rodriguez expected here in the bottom of the 8th. Ball 4 and a leadoff walk to begin things here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Second straight inning that the Yankees have reached with a leadoff walk here to begin the inning. Now, the Globies Award Show is next Tuesday, October the 6th at the House of Blues in Boston. Celebrate the best of New England sports with a star-studded collection of current and former sports legends, including Ray Bork, Doug Flutie, and Louis Tion. Tickets start at just $75. It can be purchased at tickets.com/Globies. Leadoff walk here for Jacoby Ellsbury. Now Headley will take strike 1. Headley with a single in the 3rd inning, 1 for 4. Soft toss over by Lane.
That first delivery to Lane at home plate really gave Ellsbury nothing to work with. It was almost like a quick pitch to home. That time was a little different. He did give the high leg kick. First time he didn't do that. Trying to confuse Ellsbury. That time the high leg kick, and Jacoby not going anywhere.
That was swing and a miss, and Headley's down 1-2. Ball got away on the return throw, and they'll run it down. No advance for Ellsbury.
Just not handled by Tommy Lane, but fortunately rolling out towards second base. So Ellsbury got nowhere to go.
He was taken off, and now they've got him in a rundown. He was guessing, guessed wrong, and the tag applied by Pedroia on the way by. So Ellsbury is out and off the base paths.
Certainly was guessing. He was going on first move by Tommy Lane. And Tommy Lane's first move was to first base. As soon as that leg came up, that's when Ellsbury decided to go. And I never liked this when he stopped in the middle. I've always felt you're better off just going towards second, trying to line yourself up with the guy that's going to catch the ball and hope the ball hits you in the back.
So after the leadoff walk, Ellsbury retired. First out of the inning here, and Headley down on the count. Headley now with Alex Rodriguez waiting on deck. Yankees batting here in the bottom of the 8th. And Lane ends up walking Headley now. So back-to-back walks allowed by Lane. He's walked 3, 1 intentionally. And Torey Lovullo making his way out here to make a change with 1 out of the inning. Alex Rodriguez coming up. Lovullo to make the change in a 5-5 game from Yankee Stadium. Single game suites are now on sale. It's an ideal way for groups of 18 to 60 fans to enjoy a game. For additional info, visit tdgarden.com/suite rentals or call the number on your screen. 5-5 the score with 1 out. Chase Headley at first base and Alex Rodriguez the batter. Noe Ramirez gets strike one in there against A-Rod. Ramirez into his 17th game, 0-1 with a 4.15 earned run average, 13 strikeouts, 6 walks. Opponent's hitting at .250 against the right-hander. This one will get away, and Headley is headed towards second base and into scoring position with one down.
That's that big sweeping breaking ball from Ramirez, and it gets away from Swihart. He reaches across and tries to knock it down, but he can't. Right off the top of the glove.
One out, Headley at second base, and Alex Rodriguez back in here with a count of 1-1. Wild pitch getting Headley to second. And now Swihart headed out.
Maybe not sure of the signs with a man at second base. Rodriguez back in the 6th inning, had the home run. Fastball middle in at about 96 miles an hour from Barnes.
.687 home runs for Alex Rodriguez. Going away, 2-1. Carlos Beltran waiting on deck. Yankees trying to grab the lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Outside for ball 3.
Really concentrating on keeping the ball away from Rodriguez, but now run the count 3-1.
Ball 4, and Rodriguez takes a walk. 3rd walk allowed this inning by Red Sox pitching.
Yeah, it's amazing. 3 walks in the inning, and the caught stealing certainly helped.
Torey Lovullo back to the hill again here to make another change. With 2 on and 1 away in this bottom of the 8th inning. Another pitching change from New York. The 8th inning, runners at first and second, And a new pitcher on for the Red Sox, Gene Machi, in the ball game. His 25th appearance, 1-0. The 5.06 earned run average, 18 strikeouts, 7 walks, and opponents hitting at .232 against Machi. Finished last night's game against the Yankees, a scoreless 9th inning. Went an inning, giving up a hit, had a strikeout. Been his first appearance since the 23rd week ago for Machi, but in back-to-back games now. And he comes in with Chase Headley at second base, Alex Rodriguez at first, 1 out, and Carlos Beltran the batter. Beltran with an RBI double back in the 5th inning. Beltran on the ground down the line at first. Shaw going to second for 1. Relay will not happen. They do get the middleman, as moving on to third is Chase Headley. So a force out at second base of Alex Rodriguez.
That's a good job by Shaw, because that had down the line written all over it. Watch this ball right over the bag, and Shaw covers the ground, goes to second base with a good throw to get the force out. The only play that he had. So now 2 outs in the inning with first and third.
Well, Dustin Ackley is going to pinch hit as Carl Willis jumps out of the dugout and heads out here to talk to Machi. To the infield, joining the conversation as well. Ackley coming up here for New York to pinch hit. 230, 10 homers, and 28 runs batted in. Ackley, who hit a 2-run home run here the other night against the Red Sox, going 1 for 4. Go ahead run 90 feet away, and Chase Headley at third base got a good sized lead. Ackley will take ball 1.
I think you got to be concerned about here too is Machi throws that splitter, and if it bounces and gets by Swihart, potential go ahead run comes in. Back-to-back fastballs to start him off.
Well, the Yankees left runners at second and third in the 7th inning. They have runners at first and third here in the 8th. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-1, a foul tip.
Ball not in the strike zone this time, but swinging at it is Ackley, a little over anxious on the 2-0 count.
Three and 1. Fastball away. Brett Gardner waiting on deck. Gardner pinch hitting in the 7th and flying out to center field. Headley at third base. Beltran at first base. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. Runner goes at first as Ackley will take ball 4, and that'll load the bases. So the 4th walk of the inning allowed by Red Sox pitching. And Brett Gardner will be the batter. Bases filled with the Yankees. Gardner's second at bat, flied out to the warning track in center field in the 7th. Gardner, it's a ground ball right side. Pedroia's got it. He'll flip underhanded to first, and out of the jam is Machi. Game remains tied 5-5 as we head to the ninth. Moment, October 17, 2004, Game 4 of the ALCS, bottom of the 12th inning, game tied at 4. Ortiz hit the walk-off two-run home run off Paul Quattro of the Yankees. 5-5 the score here as we get ready for the ninth inning. And new first baseman for the Yankees, Dustin Ackley. New pitcher for the Yankees, the closer, Andrew Miller, into the game here in a tie game at home. 59th appearance, 3-2, a 1.97 earned run average. 36 out of 38 in save opportunities. And it's Brock Holt who leads it off here for Boston in the ninth inning. Oh, the double in the first, flied out to left in the third, struck out swinging in the sixth inning. There's a strike, 1-1. So Betances ended up going an inning and a third of relief. And a hit, the home run by Mookie Betts. Didn't walk anybody, struck out a batter. Holt will take strike two.
Back-to-back sliders from Miller. Started him with a fastball, missed, and then would drop two sliders on him.
Alexi Agondo up in the Red Sox pen. Boston has already used 5 relievers in relief of Wade Miley tonight. 2-2. Andrew Miller with 18 strikeouts in his last 8 1/3 innings pitched, and 22 Ks in his last 10 1/3. Signed a 4-year deal with the Yankees during the offseason. Swing and a miss. Strikes out Brock Holt to begin things in the ninth inning.
Yeah, he's pretty nasty, especially on left-handers with that breaking ball. Brock Holt saw one fastball in that at bat. It was for a ball, then all breaking balls.
One out for Blake Swihart, 0 for 3 in the game. Grounded out to second base in the first, flied out to center in the fourth, fouled out in the sixth inning. There's it foul off to the right out of play, and it evens at 1-1. Strike called. 2-2. And a base hit into left field for Blake Swihart with one down as Gardner will get it back in quickly, but a one-out single for Blake Swihart here in the ninth inning.
Well, keeps a hitting streak alive for Blake now at 5 games, and more importantly, gets a man on here in the top of the ninth inning, switching around to the right side of the plate. It's the fastball that time from Miller, and drives it hard between that gap at third and short.
So 1 out, 1 on. Devin Marrero, 0 for 3 in the game, has done the same thing 3 times tonight. That's ground out to Rob Refsnyder at second base. In there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Swihart gaining the lead, a good sized lead at first base. Well, it fires over to first base, but back is Swihart. The third left-handed pitcher to record a 30-save season with the Yankees, joining Dave Righetti and Sparky Lyle. His 1-1 pitch is fouled off into the Yankees, or actually into the Red Sox dugout.
You know, we know Miller for his blazing fastball, but we've seen an awful lot of sliders here in the top of the ninth inning.
Struck out Brock Holt to begin the inning. Blake Swihart with a single to left field. Now Devin Marrero down on the count, 1-2. He'll foul off another.
And another slider. Keeping that breaking ball down and in on Marrero, and that's pretty much all you can do with it is foul it off.
Swing and a miss, and Marrero strikes out. That's 2 strikeouts for Miller and 2 outs in the ninth inning.
And there it is again, the breaking ball in pretty much the same spot, maybe a little bit lower this time. So very effective against both left-handers and right-handers with that breaking ball.
Well, Robbie Ross has joined Alexia Gondo. 2 down, Swihart at first base, Jackie Bradley Jr. the batter. Bradley is grounded out to first, grounded out to short, and grounded out to first again. Ball 1. Did he go? No. As they check with third base umpire Mike Everett. Strike that time. Generous strike call.
Yeah, that's pretty much impossible to hit when the ball's that far outside. Couple of baseballs away from the outside corner there.
Bradley reaches out and fouls this off down the left field line and is down 1-2. On deck, the top of the Red Sox order, Mookie Betts. And 2 down here in the top half of the 9th inning. Two and two. Holt struck out. Swihart with a single to left. Marrero struck out. Now a 2-2 pitch to Jackie Bradley Jr. And it's on the ground right side. Refsnyder will throw him out and end the inning. We head to the bottom of the 9th, tied 5-5. DCU. Adam Eck and Steve will preview Rich Hill start tomorrow against the Yankees. DCU Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? 5-5 the score as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning back at Yankee Stadium. Red Sox with the new pitcher on. 7th of the game, Alexia Gondo. 63rd appearance, 2-1 with a 4.19 earned run average. 50 strikeouts, 27 walks, and opponents hitting at .248 against Gondo. John Ryan Murphy leading it off here for New York in the 9th. The Yankees certainly have had their chances in the 7th and 8th innings. They left a runner at 3rd in each the 7th and 8th. Foul back to the screen for strike one. Brett Gardner grounding out last inning with the bases loaded, 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. Murphy on the ground and through into left field, a base hit to get this bottom of the 9th inning started.
Gets a slider that time from Gondo, and this time is all over. Last time he was up, he struck out on a breaking ball. That was back in the 7th inning. This time against the right-hander, picks up the base hit. Marrero going to his left, but he can't get near it.
So Murphy aboard. Here is Rob Refsnyder. He's been on base 4 times in the game. 2 hits, 2 walks. And he is squaring, dropping it down the first baseline, foul. Refsnyder has never had a sacrifice bunt. Pulls it back and takes the ball low. Refsnyder squaring again and taking that pitch outside. 2-1.
Very close to bunting at that ball, but at the last minute pulling the barrel of the bat back. Do they stay with the bunt? Do they switch to a hit and run?
Short lead at first base for Murphy. Didi Gregorius, number 9 man, waiting on deck. Squaring again, and he did not go after it. He did go after it. It's 2-2.
Yeah, right through it that time. Good pitch to bunt, too, right down the middle of the plate. Pretty good form. Just didn't make contact.
Now a swing and a miss, and Refsnyder strikes out. So unable to get the job done and move the runner along. First out of the 9th.
We're back and throw the fastball for Agondo right there at 95 miles an hour to pick up the strikeout. So Yankees unable to move the runner to second base via the bunt.
Didi Gregorius coming up 0 for 4 in the ball game. He has grounded out, reached on a fielder's choice, flied out twice. In the dirt, smothered by Swihart. Gondo last worked on Saturday against Baltimore, going a third of an inning. Leaves the Red Sox in relief innings. 62 1/3 innings out of the pen. Is 1-0. Slings it over to first base instead, and Murphy back to the bag. Top of the order, Jacoby Ellsbury waiting on deck. Gregorius pops it up. Back at second base, shallow center, Betts coming in. And Mookie will make the catch for the second out of the inning. So 2-away, and Murphy back to the bag at first. That'll bring up Jacoby Ellsbury. Ellsbury tonight has struck out twice, doubled, popped out to short, and walked. Ellsbury hits it in the air to left field. Back goes Bradley Jr. onto the track with room to make the catch on the edge of the warning track. And we head for bonus baseball tonight in New York, tied 5-5. presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. All season long, Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Well, it is on here to inning number 10. 5-5 the score, and Miller back out there, and he deals with strike one to Mookie Betts, leading it off here in the top of the 10th inning. That's 1 for 4. It was his home run in the 7th inning that tied the score 5-5. Ball and a strike now to Betts. Dustin Pedroia, then Xander Bogaerts anticipated here in the 10th inning. Home run for Betts in the 7th, his 17th home run of the year. Now he takes strike 2.
Big part of the ball game for the Red Sox in the 7th inning, but Tanzas coming in to get one out in that inning, and Betts with the home run.
Fifth pitch for Miller since coming into the game, and Betts will take it down low, full count. Miller came in the 9th inning, struck out Brock Holt. Blake Swihart had a 1-out single, struck out Devin Marrero, and then got Jackie Bradley Jr. to ground out to second base. Dealing with Mookie Betts to begin things here in the 10th inning. On the ground, foul, still 3-2. Dustin Pedroia waiting on deck. Popped up. From third base comes Chase Headley, and he'll make the catch for the first out of the 10th inning. So Betts retired, and that'll bring up Dustin Pedroia. Pedroia has popped out, doubled, and grounded out twice to shortstop in this one. In there for strike one. Action for the Yankees. Andrew Bailey warming. He's already worked once in this series. Pedroia lifts a fly ball to center field. Ellsbury coming in and over. And Jacoby makes the catch for the second out here of the 10th.
They can tell the importance of the game for the Yankees, obviously, with their closer in there for 2 innings. Going into extra innings here in the 10th. And it has been a ton of sliders tonight from Andrew Miller.
So 2 down for Xander Bogaerts, who is 1 for 4 in the ball game. Single back in the first inning. Zanzetti is flied to right, struck out, fouled out. Josh Rutledge on deck. Red Sox batting here in the top of the 10th inning. 2-0. Tanaka started this game for New York. 5 innings, 4 runs. So Justin Wilson, Dylan Betances, and now Andrew Miller. He's got an inning and 2/3 so far of relief. And the pitch in there for a strike to Bogaerts, 2-1. Robbie Ross Jr. up in the pen for the Red Sox. Agondo worked in the bottom of the ninth inning, still with the jacket on. Outside, 3-1. Did he go? No, says first base umpire Todd Titchener. So down to first base goes Xander with a 2-out walk. First walk given up by Andrew Miller. Red Sox have a base runner here in the 10th inning. And that'll bring up Josh Rutledge. Rutledge pitch running for David Ortiz in the 6th inning. Well, he struck out swinging in the 8th inning.
Bogaerts at first base has 10 steals on the season. He's been caught a couple of times.
In there for a strike, 0-1 to Rutledge.
Tough right there, though. No real high leg kick from Andrew Miller. Almost like a slide step.
Late on that cut, and a 97-mile-an-hour fastball by him. So Miller jumps out here ahead, 0-2. On the ground, foul towards the end of the dugout. Xander Bogaerts at first, 2 outs here in the 10th inning. And Rutledge strikes out. Miller gives Joe Girardi 2 innings. We head to the bottom of the 10th, tied 5-5. Bottom of the 10th inning, Alexia Gondo back on the mound, and the first pitch low to Chase Headley to begin things here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Red Sox in a shift on the right side here on Headley. 2-0. Gondo pitching the 9th inning, gave up a leadoff base hit to John Ryan Murphy. Struck out Rough Snyder, got Gregorius to fly out to center. Ellsbury flew out to the warning track in left. So now into his second inning of relief. Fouled off to the left, and it's 2-1.
Headley had the pitch he wanted, got himself in a fastball count, got the fastball. It was a little bit high, and he fouls it back. Slight uppercut swing, as you can see right there, and just gets underneath it.
Headley drives one in the air to left field, but Bradley will have plenty of room out there in left. And he makes the catch for the first out of the bottom of the 10th. So one away, and that'll bring up Alex Rodriguez. Rod is fly to right, singled in the infield, walked, homered, and walked. Home run, his 33rd of the year. Look out. Fastball up and in. And down he goes.
Now Rodriguez up there in a position where he's trying to hit a home run, and first pitch gets zipped by Ogando.
Strike called. Went down the middle that time at 96.
Yeah, I think after that up and in pitch, A-Rod might have been looking for a breaking ball there. Instead, he gets the fastball again, this time down the middle of the plate.
Strike two. Well, the fastball and on the corner, and has A-Rod looking back at Tim Wilkie.
That's a good pitch. Good pitch by Ogando. Right at the bottom of the strike zone, outside corner.
Two and two. Rodriguez batting now with Carlos Beltran waiting on deck. One out here in the 10th inning. Strike three call. Rodriguez knew it. Takes with him the second strikeout for Ogando. Two down in the 10th.
Well, I really think that first pitch fastball that knocked Rodriguez down had a lot to do with the rest of the at bat. You see where he goes the rest of the at bat away from Rodriguez, and Rodriguez from that point on was looking for something inside. Intimidation.
Two down here in the 10th inning, and it brings up Carlos Beltran. As in the dirt for ball one. Red Sox shifting on the right side here on Beltran. 2 for 4 against Agando in his career. With Dustin Ackley waiting on deck. Yankees batting here in the 10th inning. 3-0.
A pretty good pitch right there on the 2-0 count. Inside corner, not called. Location of this fastball not going Agando's way. Beltran might have the green light here.
Takes ball 4 and down to first base with 2 outs. We'll give Ackley a chance here with 2 down in the 10th inning. It's not going to have a pinch runner at first base here for New York. Slade Heathcott pinch running. Throw over, and Heathcott back to the bag. Throw over. Ackley finally getting a pitch, and it's a strike on the outside corner. A 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Andrew Bailey still up for New York in the pen after 2 innings of relief from Andrew Miller. Brett Gardner on deck, 2 down here in the 10th inning. Ackley lays off, and it's a ball and a strike.
Shade him slightly to the opposite field in the outfield, straight up in the infield. Big gap there in right center field.
Little bit low, and it's 2-1 now to Ackley. He's been patiently awaiting here as Agando throws several times to first base. In the air down the left field line. Out goes Marrero. Bradley coming in, and it's going to fall foul harmlessly. And out of the reach of some pursuing Red Sox.
Yeah, just too far to go for both guys. The ball was hit high, but no chance for either the third baseman or Jackie Bradley to make this play.
So another chance here for Ackley. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. With a win tonight, the Yankees can clinch a wild card berth. Go to first base and back is Heathcott. Two pitch. And a foul back and off to the left. Ackley reaches out and lifts one out towards left center field. Hit pretty well, but room again for Jackie Bradley Jr. Makes the catch that ends the 10th. We're headed to the 11th, tied 5-5. All season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky feature Wild Side. Back at Yankee Stadium, ready to go here in the 11th inning. 5-5 the score. Changes for the Yankees. Slade Heathcott stays in the game, takes over in right field for Carlos Beltran after he ran for him. And Andrew Bailey into the game. His 9th appearance without a record of 5.87 earned run average. 6 strikeouts, 4 walks. Opponents hitting at .250 against Bailey. His 2nd appearance of this series. And they're shifting here for Travis Shaw, right side of the infield. Shaw leading it off in the 11th inning. Well, Andrew Miller went 2 innings, giving up a hit, no runs. Walked a batter and struck out 3. As the closer for the Yankees, working the 9th and 10th innings of this game. Shaw fouls it back to the screen, and the count evens at 1-1. Bailey, a September call-up, made his first appearance in the major leagues on the 2nd of September since July 12th of 2013. That was with the Red Sox against Oakland. There's a high fly ball, foul ground. Ackley hit it over towards the seats, and he will not have a play.
Well, that's the case where that big breeze really took that ball a long way to foul territory. Ball left the bat. It looked like it was going to stay in the field of play. Then the wind took over.
So Shaw down here, 1-2. On the ground, under the glove of Ackley, and a bobble out there and right, and reaching at first base to begin the 11th inning is Travis Shaw. So into the shift, and Ackley could make the play, and then Refsnyder in short right could not field it cleanly.
It almost looked like Ackley could have made the play, but decided to let it go for his second baseman. Yeah, he could have backhanded that ball and given it to the pitcher covering, but decided to let it go. And then the second baseman boots it. See if the Red Sox can take advantage of that break.
It's a base hit for Shaw, and it brings up Brock Holt. Holt squaring, now pulling it back. Fastball at 93, up and in. Squares and pops it up, caught by the pitcher. Andrew Bailey able to make the grab. Unsuccessful in moving the runner along is Brock Holt. One down here in the 11th.
Looked like that ball got inside on Brock Holt, and that what caused the pop up. See him bring the bat inside on that pitch, and Bailey handles the pop up, so the unsuccessful sacrifice attempt right there. Now 1 out and a man at first base.
Blake Swihart, the batter, has grounded out to second, flied out to center, fouled out to first, and singled to left. And he takes strike one. Red Sox with action in their pen. Jonathan Arrow. Robbie Ross just kind of standing out there now. Red Sox grab a lead. Obviously, he'd be ready to come in, but this continues. High than we would see a row as the pitch outside. Red Sox getting 2 innings of relief tonight from Alexia Gondo. Went the 9th and 10th. Marrero waiting on deck. Outside for ball 2.
Oh, will they try a hit and run on a 2-1 count? Long look down at third base by Swihart.
Shreve, who had been up much earlier in the game, back up now for New York. Swinging a foul tip. And it's 2-2. Full count now. The hit for Shaw to begin the inning. Holt tried to bunt to sacrifice, but instead popped out to the pitcher. Swihart now. Marrero waiting on deck, and a payoff pitch coming up here to Blake Swihart. Runner goes. Swihart swings and hits a base hit into left center field. Shaw just keeps on going, heading for third, as getting it back in is Gardner, and it's first and third with 1 out in the Boston 11th inning.
Now, by sending the runner, they got Gregorius, the shortstop, to take a step towards second base, and that cost him. Watch the shortstop here as he moves in to cover second base, and he can't get to that line drive by Swihart. The Red Sox got a great opportunity here.
Devin Marrero, who is 0 for 4 in the ball game tonight. He has grounded out to second 3 times and struck out swinging. Runner goes at first. There's a ground ball up the middle into center field, and from third base comes Travis Shaw. Red Sox take a 6-5 lead in the 11th inning. Devin Marrero driving in the go-ahead run.
I love the play. I really do. They play hit and run, and what that does to a hitter, it makes you concentrate more about just making contact. And that time, Marrero, all he's going to do is make contact, and something good is going to happen. That time, he gets the bonus. He gets the base hit up the middle on a breaking ball. The run scores, and they play first and third. Managers, a lot of times, when guys are in slumps, will put that play on just to keep him concentrating on just making contact.
Andrew Bailey departs. Red Sox have a lead. A pitching change from Yankee Stadium. It's now 6-5 Boston. Now the Red Sox have just pulled ahead 6-5 with one out here in the top of the 11th inning. First and third, and Jackie Bradley Jr. the batter. Infield in all the way around for New York. And he bunts at it, headed out towards second base. He'll flip to first, and a run will come in for the Red Sox.
That's beautiful. I love it. Absolutely love that play by Jackie Bradley. I'm sure he was doing that on his own. Just takes it with him to first base with the infield in. Swihart scores with no problem. See, this is not a suicide squeeze. This is Bradley, I think, bunting on his own. And then once it's read by Swihart at third base and it's not going to be caught in the air, he scores with no problem. I love it.
Well, the Red Sox taking a 2-run advantage now with Marrero at second base, and the top of the Red Sox order, Mookie Betts the batter. Shreve the new pitcher, and that run that just scored is charged to Andrew Bailey. Bailey's still responsible for Marrero at second base. Down low, 2-0. Numbers for Chasen Shreve, his 58th appearance, 6-2 with a 2.65 earned run average. Opponent's hitting at .211 against him. Mookie Betts hit a home run back in the 7th inning, which at the time tied the game 5-5. Stayed that way until this inning. 3-0. Dustin Pedroia waiting on deck, 2 down here in the 11th. In there for a strike, and it's 3-1. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 11th inning, Gardner, Murphy, and Refsnyder scheduled to bat. That's take strike two. And of course, that Tree will be facing Robbie Ross Jr., who now can prepare for the bottom of the 11th inning. Swinging a foul off the bat of Betts. Now Joe Girardi, with 2 outs in the 7th inning, decided to have Dylan Betances come into the game. Generally a good idea anytime he's done that this year, but gave up the home run to Mookie Betts that tied the game, that got us into extra innings. Now Andrew Bailey giving up a couple of runs here in the 11th. Shreve, the left-hander, trying to end this inning. 3-2 pitch. High fly ball to left field. Back goes Gardner at the warning track at the wall. It's gone. Mookie Betts is homered for the second time tonight. It's a 2-run shot and gives the Red Sox a 4-run lead.
Wow, the Red Sox have done everything in this inning. They've hit and run. They've bunted and they've gone long ball. Betts for the second time tonight. A big home run against Betances in the 7th. And now a 2-run shot to give the Red Sox a nice, comfortable lead. Again, that ball down and in on Betts.
Now Pedroia sends a base hit out into left center field. Now 3 of the 4 runs the Red Sox have scored in this inning charged to Bailey.
Here's the pitch to Mookie Betts again. It's inside. This time it's down and in. Gets the barrel of the bat out and takes it out.
Now Joe Girardi headed back out there again. So a pitching change here with 2 outs in the 11th, and the Red Sox now on top 9-5. checks in, the youngest Red Sox player ever to hit 2 home runs in Yankee Stadium, as this one is on the ground foul off the bat here of Xander Bogaerts. Xander tonight has been on twice, a single and a walk, and a 1-for-4 night. Line to third, and it is caught there by Headley on the backhand to end the inning. But the damage done. Red Sox score 4 times, take a 9-5 lead. Take a look at the Toyota play of the game with the Red Sox on top 9-5. Devin Marrero with a big base hit for the Red Sox as part of the 4-run top half of the 11th inning. Travis Shaw scoring the go-ahead run for Boston. And the Red Sox, of course, got a home run also from Mookie Betts as part of the 4-run attack in the top half of the 11th inning. Now Brett Gardner to lead it off here in the bottom of the 11th. And Gardner will take a ball here from Robbie Ross. Here trying to finish it off. No longer a save situation, but he is 6 out of 8 in save opportunities since taking over this role. There's a strike, 1-1. Ross is the 8th Red Sox pitcher of the night. Murphy waiting on deck, 1-1.
Red Sox go on to win this game. If they do, the Yankees are going to look back at that 7th and 8th inning when they had all kind of opportunities to score runs.
In there for a strike, and it's 2-2. And the Yankees left a base runner at third in the bottom of the 7th, at third in the bottom of the 8th. This is to center field, and a leadoff base hit for Brett Gardner to begin the bottom of the 11th inning.
That's one he would have liked to have had back in the 8th inning. Bases were loaded against Machi, and he swung at the very first pitch and grounded out.
Now John Ryan Murphy. Murphy struck out in the 7th, single to left in the 9th. Murphy grounds it foul into the Red Sox dugout. Schneider waiting on deck. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Fouled off to the right. 9 runs, 13 hits, no errors for Boston. 5 runs, 12 hits, no errors for New York. Fouled off, still 0-2. In the air towards right field. Back goes Brock Holt to make the catch for the first out of the 11th inning. As Gardner back to the bag at first. 1 down. That brings up Rob Refsnyder as Ross gets his first out here of the inning. Schneider has 2 hits in the game, a double in the second, a single in the 4th inning. Walked twice, and last time up struck out. Now it's a ground ball to short, could be 2. Bogarts the second for 1. On to first, it is in time. The double play that ends the ball game as the Red Sox in 11 innings are able to beat the Yankees tonight 9-5, and Boston has now won 6 straight games. A big night for Mookie Betts with 2 home runs in the game. We'll step aside and get back with more right after this.